Hola, good afternoon, everyone. Just find your seats, and we'll start in a few seconds. Hello, hello. So we'll get started, and thank you for joining our session today. It's a workshop on a more regenerative and interactive commons, and a lot of this will be informed by a group that I am part of called Kernel. And I guess just to start, can we have a show of hands for people here who know about Kernel? Cool, yeah, it's good to see a lot of the Kernel Fellows here as well. And for those of you who don't know what Kernel is a Web3 fellowship. It started out around July 2020, started by Vivek and Andy. And the initial format of Kernel was it was 100 builders in the Web3 space discussing what we need to build in Web3. A lot of Web2 we feel has been largely influenced by the technology and not the, I guess, not the arts, not the sciences and the philosophy. So Kernel tries to get a lot of people to discuss what it is we really need to build. And today the hope is we get together and discuss what does it mean to build a more regenerative and interactive commons. And a lot of how we do it in Kernel is through discussion, through workshops like this one that we hope you guys will be able to take fully part of. It's gonna be a format that we call a Junto, wherein we get groups of people to discuss subjects that are relevant to crypto, but pretty deep, I would say, and not focused on a lot of what we're mostly used to talking about in a very, very crypto-focused conference. So maybe I can start with what was listed down there in the workshop agenda. The concept of commons is not that of a resource. A commons comes from a different way of being in the world where it is not production which counts, but bodily use established by customs. So the hope today is we kind of explore those ideas, and we'll be using some guide questions that will hopefully guide the discussions. And yeah, looking forward to having a fruitful discussion with you all. But before we start, some of the Kernel Fellows are here, and we need to be able to, I guess, form a good group among each of the tables. So maybe I can request you guys to form groups of 3 to 4 for each table. So the hope also, maybe for the next slide, the hope more so than discussing this is also Kernel is really all about making relationships and learning more with friends here in Web3. So let's form groups of 3 and 4. Some of the guides will help facilitate, and if you can, try and form groups, I guess, with people that you don't know yet, because the hope is we get to get introduced to more people. So yeah, so maybe we can take a few minutes to organize ourselves.
If you're at a table with only 2 people, try to convince someone to join you or get up and join another table.
And if anyone needs help, yeah. Cool. All right, just taking a few seconds to look around. Cool, all right, looks good. Maybe take a few seconds to just get to know the folks that are in your table. And for those that are just joining, we're forming groups of 3 and 4. So do find a table which seems like there's more space for discussions. All right, looks good. So hope you are getting comfortable with the folks on your table. Try to introduce yourselves to each other because we're going to be talking about some pretty deep topics in the context of Web3. And again, I want to remind everyone that in these 50 minutes, the hope is we have fun, make a friend. One of the core principles of Kernel is to be subversive, to subvert the status quo and have fun. So yeah, and just to go back, it's a playful hour together, and you'll find in Kernel a lot of the discussions are around what do words mean, and playing around with words and changing the format of how we look at the words we commonly see in our day-to-day lives. All right. So the hope for today is we're going to have perhaps two juntos. A junto is, as I mentioned, a group discussion where we try to discuss a topic in Web3 or a topic that is kind of similar, or I guess a topic that is adjacent to Web3. And in our case, the first junto that we'll be holding is about trust. So in Kernel, this is kind of how we introduce Kernel Fellows. Trust is something that we hear about a lot in blockchain. It's about trustless systems. It's about building transactions and building trust around these transactions. But one thing we can kind of try and explore is what does trust mean in the context outside of crypto? So what is trust? What would a world without trust be? Would it be richer or poorer? And so this leads to, I guess, our first junto. And the hope is we get all of you guys to think about trust. And in groups of 3 and 4, tell a story, not related to crypto, about a moment where trust grew in your world. So a lot of us spend a lot of time talking about trust in the concept of blockchain transactions. So let's try to flip that a little bit. Who do you trust and why? And then tell a story about a moment where trust grew in your world. So some of the Kernel Fellows are part of your group. So they'll be facilitating some of these discussions. And so yeah, so let's get started. I love the laughter. Just a time check, everyone. We will probably end in about 3 minutes, but please keep the conversations going. Last 1 minute. All right, thank you, everyone. So let's keep the discussions moving. What I hope, like that this exploration of trust for everyone has kind of given you, like some other threads to pull around trust. When we talk about trust in Web3, a lot of it, as I mentioned, is informed about the blockchain, about trustless protocols. But if we're going to be building an interactive and regenerative commons, I think there's going to be more to that than just the technology. It's going to be about conversations. It's going to be about the communities that we're building these for. And I want to spend a little bit of time around this game by Nicky Case. If just do a search for the Game of Trust by Nicky Case, and this is one, I would say, one very, very wonderful internet artifact to kind of get you to understand more about trust. And what happens in that game is you play the game, and you realize that trust is, it has many facets. Like sometimes the story there is that during World War I, there was an event where a ceasefire happened, and that was mostly because people were already in close proximity with each other, even though they were like on different sides of the war, and that kind of gives you a different look into how these trustless or trustful systems are built. So, within Nicky Case's video or game essay, he says that or she says that what builds trust is repeat interactions, possible win-wins, and low miscommunication. So, so when we think of trust in the context of Web3, is there any space for what we're building to do this as well? Are there communities that we're building these systems for, and kind of making sure that we're making pro-social systems to be able to build better trust around the commons in the communities that we're building? All right, so let's continue on. I think now that we got a hang of how to do these juntos, let's do one more. And the next one is more around customs, around community and commons. I know when we talk about commons, it's a term that has, I guess, a lot of different meanings as well, aside from trust. And in kernel, one thing that we also think of is we feel that Web3 and the technology that is given to us by Ethereum and all these other protocols is we're able to build new communities, or rather, old communities in future form. So a lot of communities have customs, a lot of commons have rituals that we do, and that kind of defines how these commons and how these communities form and how we design the systems that we do an intended outcome for. So the discussion for the next Junto is, what are your favorite customs or rituals, and what customs might you have noticed here in Bogota for the last few days you've been here? Or if you're a local, tell all of us what customs are nice in Bogota. So this may be religious, secular, cultural, or otherwise. A custom is just something that we do, we take for granted. Might be something very simple, right? But something that all of us do as part of a community. And yeah, please start the discussion. Just another time check, everyone. We'll move on to the next section in 3 minutes, but please keep the conversations going. We'll move in 1 minute. All right. I'm sorry I have to stop the conversations, but we need to move on. And I hope you were able to know more about some customs that you don't know about, some different perspectives on how to build communities and how communities are built around these customs. And I want to take a few seconds to talk about this as well. So I mentioned kernel. A lot of the thinking in kernel is not just on the technological side. We also look in with at a lot of I guess the arts and the social sciences. Some of the some of the people we I guess the some of the good writers and people that we learn from are people like Ivan Illich, where he says in Tools for Conviviality, institutions are functional when they promote a delicate balance between what people can do for themselves and what tools at the service of anonymous institutions can do for them. So a lot of these commons, sometimes we feel like we're just building them right now, but a lot of the great sociologists, a lot of the people like James Cars, who talks about infinite games. We hear about some other things also like ecosystems by E.O. Wilson. So there's so much knowledge that we can take from what people have been building. There's a lot of knowledge in the indigenous systems as well, for example, that we frankly don't take the time to take a look at. The complementary opposite of scarcity, for example, is abundance. It's not abundance, rather, it is reciprocity. And scarcity is something that a lot of us really focus around in Web3, like virtual scarcity, artificial scarcity. So think of that term, think of what that means in the context of not just crypto, but in the things that we're building, then we might get a more complete, I guess, understanding of the commons that we aspire to build. So a commons is a space which is established by custom. We must consider the reciprocity-based custom we might create in our new Web3 context. So we have around 10 to 13 minutes, and I guess I want us to spend a little bit of time and try to do this last Junto. We have just a quick amount of time, but maybe we can rush through it. And this is also one of the topics that we discuss very deeply in Kernel. Is about gifts and gifting. A lot of the indigenous economies I mentioned earlier, a lot of them have gift economies where it's not about scarcity, but about abundance. So maybe it's worth exploring what that term means to all of us. What is a gift? So in our groups, discuss what is the best gift you've ever given or one that you've ever received. And yeah, so this is our last Junto, and I'll have a few more slides after this, but please discuss. We have around 10 minutes to do so. So, yeah.
see the full scope of it, whether we really know what Ethereum is yet. And Ethereum is inherently a long-term thing. It can only change the world if it persists pretty long in the future in some form and continues to influence that future. Ethereum is an infinite game, as many speakers have alluded to already, that we want to keep playing. If Ethereum made everyone in this audience very rich, but in 10 years is captured and falls apart, would you really consider that success? I know that I'm. So Ethereum is all of these things and more. These layers are competing with each other. There are some sincere understands something that is large and really, as you know, precedent. We don't have a grand theory of blockchains yet that everyone understands, so we have to piece our understanding together from these different perspectives to see a bigger picture. So what does that mean for the Ethereum community and the people, teams, organizations that are part of it? Each of these perspectives on Ethereum helps us build a picture of what our ecosystem might be in the future. It provides us with historical analogies to draw on. And depending which perspective you align with the most, you'll have different intuitions about what our community should be. If your model is really about a financial system, then you probably imagine financial institutions, traders, liquidity providers, and maybe even regulators just decentralized. If your model
Time check again, everyone. Last 3 minutes. Last 1 minute, everyone. All right, and sorry for cutting the conversations, but we're almost at time. But I hope that you guys have been able to connect with the folks in your group, and maybe just take a little bit of time also to thank everyone who participated in the conversations. And I'll spend a few more slides just to close everything out. But we mentioned earlier about reciprocity and gifting. I think that's something that's not covered at all in a lot of the conversations that you'll probably hear in crypto conferences. Giving and receiving well are features of a healthy human and upstream a healthy ecosystem. So we can kind of think about the commons that we're building and kind of look at it from that lens, right? Is gifting a part of the ecosystems that you are building or that you are part of, and what would it mean to kind of give freely. And one story I remember from Vitalik was the reason that he got into Ethereum was he wrote something on Bitcoin and someone gifted him Bitcoin, and that was kind of what spurred Ethereum, and that's why we're all here. So gifting might be the spark that leads to something really, really wonderful. And yeah, and just to recap, we talked about trust, about commons, and gifting, giving and receiving well, and it was all just a long-winded way, I guess, to hope that you guys make friends in the last 50 minutes, maybe someone to go around Bogota with while you're here, and yeah, and I guess I just also want to end with a quote that I just recently knew of because of the people talking in Kernel, and this was by E.O. Wilson. E.O. Wilson just recently passed this December, and before then he was, I guess, one of the giants in sociobiology. And someone asked him, like, how, in just a few sentences, how would you describe what sociobiology is? And he says, is selfishness beats altruism within groups. Altruistic groups beat selfish groups. Everything else is commentary. And he kind of got that from Rabbi Hillel's interpretation when he was asked what the meaning of the Torah was, which was, what is hateful to you, do not do to your neighbor. Everything else is commentary. So I guess it's worth thinking of that, the golden rule, right? First principles are sometimes things that we forget in our fast-moving lives. So the hope is this slow down, this conversation with other people has given you a glimpse into what it would be, what would it look like if we had an more interactive and more regenerative commons. And yeah, and I want to thank all of the Kernel guides as well. Thank you for helping facilitate. And if you want to know more about Kernel, just reach out to me. So thank you, everyone.
rush you. I was just like to be set up. I don't think I will. Yeah, that would be great. Let's use yours just so that we can stay on one laptop. So I'll aim for 25, you aim for 25, and we'll just use any overflow for questions. Does that work? Yeah, the same one that I gave to you before. Maybe ask the AV guy to make sure it looks okay.
Hey, what's up, man?
So actually, I don't know if I told you this, but I'm making a Kevin meme on our intro deck. How's it going? What's up? What's up, Kevin? Nice to meet you.
You want another mic?
Just one mic. We're gonna hand off. We're gonna hand off. Okay, there we go. And then just.
Test, test. All right, the microphone is working. You're ending your conversations. You're ready to learn about Sybil resistance. The doors are closing. It's my first time trying to Jedi mind trick an audience. I don't know if it worked, but hopefully I've got your attention now. So hey, I'm Kevin Owaki. I'm one of the co-founders of Gitcoin, and I am joined here by my comrade Kevin Olson, and we're going to talk about the infinite game of Sybil resistance in this workshop. This workshop will be about 25 minutes of me talking about the infinite game of Sybil resistance, and then we're going to actually get into some code and take a look at Gitcoin Passport, which is a money Lego for building more Sybil resistance from there. So find a seat, and we will get going. So again, I'm playing the role of storyteller in this room. Kevin Olson is our engineering lead at Gitcoin DAO and is going to be talking about the Passport money Lego and how you can use it to create Sybil resistance. And we also have an appearance by Kevin McAllister, who is another Kevin, a very Kevin-heavy lineup. And the tie-in with Kevin McAllister is that he's actually also in an infinite game between adversaries, robbers that are trying to rob his house, and he is trying to prevent it. So we're going to talk about Sybil resistance through the allegory of Home Alone and Home Alone 2. So the agenda for this talk is why Sybil resistance is an important problem to address. We're going to characterize the Sybil resistance problem, and then we're going to talk about a Sybil resistance money Lego. So just very briefly, Sybil resistance is just basically how do you prevent sock puppet accounts in your Web3 based system? How do you create more one human, one vote based systems in the Web3? In this room, we are all physical humans, and it's pretty clear that there's one human per chair, unless we're getting weird if the session gets packed. But online, it's actually really hard to tell that you've got a one human, one vote system. And that is what Sybil resistance is about. So maybe I'll start with a quick crowd engagement. How many people have used Gitcoin grants? All right, just a pulse check, but I'm really proud that Gitcoin Grants has supported so much public goods funding in the Ethereum ecosystem. And it is the magic of quadratic funding that is how Gitcoin Grants works and the reason why it's so magical. We're going to do a quick quadratic funding calculation, but before I do that, I just want to say that Vitalik Buterin, Glenn Weil, and Zoe Hitzig are the ones that actually came up with quadratic funding, and I view it as this like perfect alien crystal intelligence that I just like inherited, and we're the ones who are kind of bringing it to the world, of course along with CLR Fund and some other great projects that are doing QF. So anyway, the way QF works is that every quarter on Gitcoin, there's $3 million worth of matching, and we distribute it contemporaneously, which is just a fancy word for at the same time, as a crowdfunding campaign. And with quadratic funding, if more people contribute to your grant, then you will get more funding from the matching pool. So in this example, both grants get $10, but grant get one gets way more of the matching pool because it has more identities associated with it. And what's really cool is this gets you off your bum in order to contribute to public goods, because now $1 worth of impact can have a dollar donation can be worth $100 worth of impact, or a $10 donation can be worth $1,000 worth of impact. There was a thread during Gitcoin Grants Round 13 where a $1 donation to Coin Center, which is a project that does lobbying in DC. A $1 donation to Coin Center would give $1,000 worth of impact, and people thought it was a scam because the matching multiple was so high. That's how powerful quadratic funding is. And if you look at it at a systemic level, we hit the meme number, $69 million worth of funding for public goods on Gitcoin. If you look at it at a systemic level, the contribution graph at Gitcoin Grants is what I'm most proud of. So this is every edge in the network is a transaction, and every node is a user or a grant. And if you map this out, you're kind of coming up with a mesh network of the preferences of the Ethereum community in which public goods that they want to fund. So from up-and-coming projects like Uniswap and Yearn that are up-and-coming projects in the ecosystem, or just pure public goods like Prismatic and Lighthouse. Those are the kind of things that have been funded on Gitcoin Grants. And it is the goal of Gitcoin Grants to build a channel for greater combinations of strength and intelligence to come together using quadratic funding to measure the preferences of its community. But there is a problem. Not everything is great in Gitcoin land, and it's the Sybil attackers. So grant number 2, when they realize they're getting gypped by the funding, can just make up more identities. And then all of a sudden, they get all the matching pool. And that is the Sybil resistance problem. If you're me, and you're the founder of Gitcoin, then you start to realize that Gitcoin kind of looks like a castle in the sky. Gitcoin depends on Gitcoin grants, which depends on quadratic funding, which depends on Sybil resistance. And there is no good money Lego for Sybil resistance. So I did not choose this problem. This problem chose me. But here we are. Public goods are good and important. And we are trying to solve the Sybil resistance problem at Gitcoin. But the vision is larger than Gitcoin. What if we could build a money Lego for Sybil resistance? We could go from plutocratic systems dominated by tokens and capital to one human, one vote systems that are dominated by people. And I just want to camp on this point for a little bit, because if we want Web3 to go mainstream, it can't just be targeted at rich people forever. It needs to be targeted at everyday people whose financial lives are their jobs in their community and not just the investments that they're making in the S&P 500. There you go. So one human, one vote is good. And so we view Sybil resistance as this sort of prism that if we can solve for Sybil resistance, then not only can we build quadratic funding, we can build quadratic voting, we can build Gini coefficient measurements, basically measurements of inequality in these systems, we can build UBI-based systems, we can do one person, one vote DAOs, or just better airdrops in general. We can build data collectives and build more human-centric DAOs from there. So that's the importance of Sybil resistance, why it's an important problem to address. And I'm going to spend the next part of the talk characterizing the Sybil resistance game as I've seen during the last 15 rounds at Gitcoin. And then we're going to talk a little bit about a Sybil resistance money Lego preview. It's called Gitcoin Passport, and it's how we're trying to at least advance Sybil resistance in the ecosystem. So let's start by meeting our adversaries. This is my fun. This is like where I just get to have fun during the talk. Script kiddies. I know this guy because I used to be one of them when I was 14, and I would just download script off the internet and hack into stuff, and it's just, the script kiddie persona is just kind of like someone who's copying the scripts in the hacks that other people are putting out there. And they don't have any real skill or ambition. They're just kind of looking for the cheapest way to make a buck online. One level above the script kiddie in the level of sophistication in planning is you got your petty criminals. Maybe these people are able to run a little bit more of a sophisticated operation. They have a little bit more capital to dedicate to Sybil attacking your system, but they're still not really producing their own software or ecosystem in order to do it. And I don't want to only have this talk about Sybil attacks on a moral vector, because I think there's a rational economic reason to attack the Gitcoin grants matching pool. And I don't think it's wise for us as people who are building Sybil resistance to moralize this too much. It could just be a rational economic person who's kind of struggling that wants to make a quick buck. And I think that that's an actor that we have to plan for too. All right, this one's just a cheap shot. So the story behind this slide is that there was a Solana DeFi dev that made his protocol look more active by just making up personas. And these are some of the memes that came off of Twitter from that. Organized crime. So basically, you got your mafias, you got your state-sponsored hacking groups. These are the kind of people who can develop 0 days and can attack not only Gitcoin grants, but can attack the entire Ethereum ecosystem. When I talked to Danny Ryan and I talked about the merge, we talked a little bit about like the software supply chain that underpins the merge, like Linux and all of the software libraries that are underneath that, the firmware supply chain. And organized crime is scary because they're sophisticated enough to develop hacks in 0 days for your entire software supply chain. And then above that, you've got your nation states. You've got your North Koreas, you've got your adversarial cyber security sort of attackers. And these people, you know, like basically, if you think that all warfare is going online in the future, then Gitcoin grants and Ethereum can just be collateral warfare or collateral damage in the nation state warfare game. So those are our adversaries, or at least a good swath of those adversaries. And now that we have identified those adversaries, both in theory and on Gitcoin grants, we can characterize the Sybil resistance game. And the first criteria, or I guess the 0th criteria, since we are developers here, and we're zero offsetting our nature, is an adversarial nature. There is a zero-sum game between the Sybil attackers on Gitcoin and the Sybil defenders who want to defend the matching pool. Kind of like Harrison Ford and Indiana Jones. I may be dating myself in an Ethereum ecosystem that's all Gen Z, but for us millennials, Harrison Ford trying to capture this golden trophy I think was pretty cool. Or I'd like to invite another Kevin to the stage, and that's Kevin McAllister, who's trying to defend his home from an adversary that wants to get in and I think steal his presence. I'm not actually really sure what the criminals in Home Alone were after, but So there's some hilarious results from that. So there's an adversarial nature to the Sybil resistance game on Gitcoin. And I want to note that not all adversaries are motivated by the exact same thing. You've got basically varying levels of sophistication in your adversaries and resourcefulness of your adversaries, from script kiddies up to nation states, but a diversity of motivations. Some people just want to do it for the lols. They're in it for the thrill of fucking up Gitcoin and like the posts that they're going to put on Twitter after it. And so it's not just an economic reason why people want to get Sybil resistance. Some people are in it for the thrill, some people are in it for the lols, and some people just like hard problems. And because of the diversity of sophistication in resources, intelligences, and motivations, you get a lot of diversity in methods of Sybil attackers in your system. And I've seen this live on Gitcoin grants in the past, in the Sybil rings that we've discovered. And so you have to plan for plurality at the base layer of how you solve Sybil resistance. And I think this kind of informs where I think that we need to go with Sybil resistance, because there's basically 4 ways to create Sybil resistance. You can do it with biometric, oriented off-chain data, like your Disco data backpack or your ceramic profile. You can turn that into a verifiable credential, which Gitcoin Passport stores on ceramic only non-personally identifiable information. And so all of this data is stored off-chain. And then you can build an aggregator, or an aggregator, if you're a meme lord like I am these days. And that can be used to create a personhood score that is basically, like, you can think of a personhood score as being $10 worth of cost of forgery in your Gitcoin Passport. So someone who has a 10 personhood score is $10 to forge their identity, or someone with a 10,000 personhood score is $10,000 worth of Sybil resistance. And you, as a dApp developer integrating Gitcoin Passport, can give that much amount of rational economic rewards to them because the cost of forgery is X amount, and Gitcoin can give X amount of that matching pool to them. So I think that we do not want to create a panopticon. We are not Web 2, and privacy and sovereignty has to be a criteria for how we solve Sybil resistance. The need to avoid plutocracy is another thing that we've learned from Web 2 as being very important here. So basically, in Web 2, Facebook and Zuck owns your data. And how do we create a system in Web 3 that is diverse and pluralistic and has the network effects of creating digital identity, but doesn't become captured by a rational economic actor? So basically, I like to go back to this idea from political theory about the consent of the governed, which is basically the idea that the government's legitimacy in using state force or state action is only valid when it's justified and consented to by the people that it governs. So basically what you don't want to have is basically like a company that owns all of your identity data that's governed by shareholders, and the management of that company has a fiduciary duty to maximize value for the shareholders. Because you know what's going to happen to your data in that situation. It's just going to be used to sell more ads against you. So with Gitcoin, one of the reasons why we launched the DAO, and there are many, is that we wanted to be governed by the community that we served. And this is a distribution of the Gitcoin voting power as of the launch in Q2 of 2021. So basically, community members like Trent Van Epps, Austin Griffith, Linda Z, Left Harris, Griff Green are the ones that are delegating your voting power to with GTC, and they're the ones who are making decisions on behalf of the system. And on the long arc of things, even I will have no power in Gitcoin as I eventually disaffiliate leadership, and these people are actually in charge of governing the data and the protocol that we have in the future. So plutocracy is a big thing that I think that we need to solve for. Another thing we need to solve for is called collusion, and it's basically one layer above the stack of the Sybil resistance problem. It goes like this. Hey, Kevin Olson, I see that you've got a personhood score of $100. I'll give you $50 if I can borrow your ID. Yeah, there you go. And so basically what happens is, as people realize that they can get around the Sybil resistance in the system by colluding with each other, then more of the people who are neutral to the system begin to turn red, because the rational economic incentive is to attack the system and not defend the system. Collusion is its whole other category of problems, but once you have a solid basis of what the identities are in the system, then you can start to solve collusion. And this kind of gets me to my next point, which is we need to build systemic defensibility into this. And that's hard because it's an infinite game between attackers and defenders. There's not a point in which the Sybil attackers are going to stop defending the system. So all we can do is take advantage of the fact that we own the battle arena in which they're attacking the system, and over time turn the dials so that the blue team is more empowered than the red team in this iterative, evolutionary, infinite game between the Sybil attackers and the defenders. So if you empower a sentry, a blue team person to prevent that red team person from colluding, then basically instead of infinitely growing into a collusion attack, you basically stop it at its source. So basically, you get to a point where the blue team can say, oh, this pattern matches against something that I've seen, and you can prevent the Sybil attack from going. There is a plurality of types of attacks that will happen in these systems, and so because of that, there's going to be a plurality of defenses that are going to need to be built into this system. And the idea is to make it so that it is not worth an attacker's time to attack the system. You hear Vitalik talk about this property of systemic defensibility when he talks about proof of stake and how much more expensive it is to attack the proof of stake consensus protocol than it is to defend the protocol. So basically, we want to have that same property inside of our Sybil resistance battleground, which, by the way, has grown a lot since Gitcoin Grants Round 1, when it was just a bunch of end users. Some of them were red team, and they were only after a 25K matching pool. Over the last 15 rounds, we've iterated a lot, and this is what it looks like now. So the red team is the attackers. The blue team are people that use Gitcoin data and protocols in order to solve it. So you've got the end users who are now going after $3 million worth of matching. But in order to get to it, they have to go through Passport, which is this sovereignty-aware, privacy-preserving data store for figuring out who's a Sybil attacker or not. Has to go through Pairwise, which is a really elegant way of solving collusion that I'm not going to get into now, but I can send you a reference on it. And then they can get to the grants. And only by going through all these different blue team exercises are they able to get to the $3 million in matching. Proactively, they have to go through them. And then there's a reactive data sort of analysis team in which you've got people who are looking at the open data coming out of Passport, nothing privacy like PII or anything like that. But they're basically looking for new attacks in the system. And this is how we build systemic defensibility into the system. One of the cool things about Gitcoin Passport and what I'm doing now is its modularity and forkability. And this is the part of the presentation where I get to raise my hand and I say, I'm sorry that I built Gitcoin grants to be centralized and monolithic back in the day, but I will never do it again because I believe in modularity and super modularity and the ability to fork this protocol. So anyone here, if you disagree with how Gitcoin is doing Passport, you can fork it away. And I'm going to tell you how. In just a second. And I think that this is one of the benefits of decentralization, is basically the fact that anyone can go in and can fork Gitcoin, and the fact that it's governed by its community. So basically what this looks like is in that three-state machine, anyone can go in and add their own stamp, adding more data that Passport should be consuming that contributes to Sybil resistance. And I think that that's really cool, because if we can add more data to the system, then we can catch more Sybil attackers as they come down the pike in this Looney Tunes adversarial game. The cool thing about Gitcoin Passport is it's kind of like Kirby. It can swallow all of the different data that exists on-chain and off-chain in the Web3 ecosystem and store it in a privacy-preserving and sovereign way. And when we have a plurality of attackers, a plurality of stamps is what's going to help us build a stronger foundation to get those attackers. Say that you don't agree with Gitcoin's personhood scoring algorithm. Say you think Bright ID is worth $110 as a stamp, or not $50. Well, you can go in and you can add your own scoring algorithm. So basically, this is a way to create an economy of marketplaces that have opinionated values about how we reduce different data attributes into different scores. And this is plurality at the base layer that we're sort of building in. It's not Gitcoin saying this is what the Sybil score is of your thing. It's basically the plurality of people who are involved in Passport debating these in the open economy of ideas. And by the way, if you want to use the Passport infrastructure, the state machine that we've built, not for Sybil resistance, say you want to build like a regen score that talks about how worthy of an under-collateralized loan you are, you can use this pipeline for that too. It doesn't even have to be about Sybil resistance. And then the final layer is that you can add personhood score to your DApp. It's basically a couple of lines of code to add it to your sign-in with Ethereum. And instead of just getting back your web3.eth.accounts from the system and the balance, you can also get the personhood score back from Gitcoin Passport. So adding personhood score to your DApp is kind of how we think about proliferating a Sybil-resistant ecosystem to the rest of the world. All right, we're in the home stretch now. I got 2 more criteria for you, and then we're going to get into actually building stuff with Kevin. So the need to build network effects. I like to introduce this one with a riddle, and that riddle is, if I build the most perfectly academic Sybil resistance algorithm and no one ever uses it, does it make a sound? The cool thing about Gitcoin grants is that we've got 700,000 data points that are already happening about Sybil resistance. And so basically, the more users use Gitcoin Passport, the more stamps are loaded into the system, the more reason there is for DApps to consume the Sybil resistance in the system, which means that more users will get their Gitcoin Passport, and that will create more stamps. And I could go on in this infinite loop for the rest of our time, but out of respect for you, we will move on to the evolutionary nature of this game, which is the part of the game that I've become fascinated with, and the reason why we called this talk the infinite game of Sybil resistance is because of the infinite evolutionary nature of this game. I'd like to invite my friend Kevin McAllister back in order to illustrate this. Kevin McAllister is fighting in an adversarial game some organized criminals who are trying to get into his house, and he does it by icing. And you know what's funny is, like, over time it like increasingly approaches like a YouTube cover video, like the shocked face here. But I'm not here to judge Home Alone. All right, so anyway, basically iterative evolutionary game is where we were. Basically, you recognize on the left that this is the battle arena that Gitcoin's fundamental advantage in this is that it owns the battle arena. We can set up micro machines in the front, or like the paint can to the face to the Sybil attackers, and there's an instant feedback that happens with the mechanisms, and then there's daily feedback as people wake up and they check their computer every day, and then there's a quarterly feedback as we run a round every quarter. So this is an iterative, evolutionary, infinite game between the good guys and the bad guys, and the goal of this whole system is to increase the total personhood score in the Gitcoin grants system over time to be hundreds of millions of dollars worth of Sybil resistance. And that will allow us to bootstrap this ecosystem of democratic DAOs by increasing the total personhood score of the system, building in systemic defensibility into the system from there. So that is the characterization of the Sybil resistance game. And basically, I want to talk about how that has informed how we've built Gitcoin grants and Gitcoin Passport. So basically, the TLDR of this last section is that Gitcoin grants around 69, which is another meme number. I think it will be in 2027 at this point, will be privacy and sovereignty aware. It will avoid plutocracy. It will avoid collusion. It will be systemically defensible. It will have network effects. It already does. It will be modular and forkable. It'll have decentralization, and it'll embrace an evolutionary nature of this game. You can tell that because I have this castle in the sky of Gitcoin grants, and we've fallen into having the Sybil resistance problem, the Gitcoin's taking this problem pretty seriously. And because of that, we want to be a Schelling point for creating more Sybil resistance, along with the plurality of partners. I see many of you in this room right now around solving Sybil resistance. And so it's basically a plural approach to this problem. And I think that, like, where we've kind of landed is that we've built this thing through blood, sweat, and tears called Gitcoin Passport, which you can get at passport.gitcoin.co. And basically, we want this to be the part of your journey that enables more Sybil resistance for you and your community. So you can integrate it into your DApp with one line of code. I might be overselling this before Olson's talk. Okay, I'm embellishing. It's 10 lines of code, but you don't have to deal with like the 7 criteria and like all the Home Alone references of rolling your own. And the whole idea, again, is to bootstrap an ecosystem, not only of Sybil resistant grants on Gitcoin, but Sybil resistance and more democracy for Web3 at large. And like I said, I want to make Web3 more useful for everyday people by making it so that there are DApps that are more democratic and provide utility to the median member of humanity instead of just the well-moneyed. And that is what we are here for at Gitcoin and Gitcoin grants. So thank you for listening to my rant. I'm going to hand it over to Kevin Olson, and we're actually going to do some code from here. Thank you. Do you want to sit? Do you want to?
I think I'm going to sit, yeah.
Okay.
Hello, hello. That's a lot. That's a lot to follow. I think we're going to slow down a little bit. Hope y'all. Yeah. Okay. Eventually. Okay, cool. Conference Wi-Fi. Yes. Okay. Cool. So I had the pleasure of stepping in for Iwaki at Devcon in Berlin. So I left giving that talk feeling like I wanted to give this talk, which is like, what did we actually build, right? Which is hopefully just as exciting. I don't know. It is more than one line of code, though. And what I'm really going to do is try to orient you all as like future builders on top of Passport. How do you use it? How do you use it for your apps or your communities? And really just kind of point you at a lot of resources. So this is going to be kind of a big overview of what we've built and why we built it the way we've built it. I think that's kind of an important thing. And then how to take that forward. I got a Slido poll. I'm going to pull it up on my phone so I can follow along. If you all want to scan that, you should ask questions there. And hopefully you have enough time at the end to answer them. I'm doing it on my side so I know how long it takes. Cool, I'm starting to see phones go down, so I'm going to say we're good. All right. Cool, so here's the agenda. We're going to do the why Passport, like what problem does it solve? And I think Kevin did a great job of the big meta why. What is Passport? Who's currently using it? And then how to do it yourself, right? So why Passport, right? Kevin's talk, right? The infinite game. You have these systems that are vulnerable to Sybil attacks, right? Some of the things we're seeing right now, anything that's doing kind of voting, quadratic funding, quadratic voting, it's particularly susceptible to this. You also have communities that are providing benefits, right? If you have like some sort of, you're paying gas fees on behalf of something, or you have sort of POAPs or things like this that you're giving away, people farm these things, right? So Passport is a great way to uniquely sort of identify the humans in your system and only provide those benefits to the people who are really going to be using it and aren't just, you know, rational actors exploiting your system, right? Like there might be an economic game, there's an airdrop in the future. You get why they're doing it, but ultimately it's a destructive like element in, you know, the governance of your system or the benefit. It's not getting to the right people, right? They're distorting the effect of that. So the high-level requirements. So this is Kevin's talk kind of gives us the sort of parameters for the design space that we went into. We want to do privacy preservation. So like as a first goal, we're not going to dox anybody with Passport. This has been a huge concern of ours, right? So from day one, our goal was to make sure there was no opportunity for us to like leak PII or anything like this, so personally identifiable information outside to anyone, right? So we don't store any PII in the Gitcoin Passport, this, for sure. You can go check it out. It's not there. Also, we want to make sure that we're decentralized, right? We don't want to be a point of capture for the audience. We don't want to be making, you know, we don't want to go evil Gitcoin and make bad decisions. We also want to make sure that we're adaptive, right? So that we can, in this evolutionary game, continue making improvements. And lastly, we want to be pluralistic. We want to invite a lot of people into solving this problem with us and making sure that we're actually getting, you know, the best ideas put forward, you know, forking our protocol or just like adapting it for your group, right? We don't want to necessarily make our decisions the ones that everyone has to use. So we try to make this as a real, like as a toolbox that you can take forward into your group. I already did this. Maybe some of the details on here. One of the interesting things about capture is we wanted to make sure that the data was fully public. We ended up using the Ceramic network for that and sticking to the open standards of DIDs and VCs. Keep them going here. This is the part where I was going to demo it, but I don't trust the Wi-Fi. So I'm going to spare everyone watching me wait for this thing to load. Who's actually built a Gitcoin Passport for donating to Gitcoin grants? Okay, so these are the folks who participated in rounds 14 and 15. If you wanted your matching bonus, you went here and did this. Maybe I'll just like use your imagination, work with me here. You connect your wallet. We instantly provision an empty passport for you. You go through these different identity attestations, connecting your Twitter. That's an OAuth flow. GTC staking was a project that got built on the side where you could stake GTC on each other to prove kind of humanness or kind of web of trust. That's an online, that's a Web3 endpoint. We're just hitting a JSON RPC, proving that your wallet address is on that contract and pulling that back and verifying it. What's behind the scene on all of these things is just a little JSON object, right? That's what all a verifiable credential is. And we're just proving that we observed that fact at that point of time. VC gives you the ability to have like an expiration date, things like this. So for a period of time, we're saying that we've validated that they had an account at this point in time. It's somewhat static data. That's the interesting thing about VCs. It goes with you. You can actually download your passport. There's an ability, if you have it on your phones, you want to play with this, you can actually just pull down the whole passport yourself. It's just a JSON object. You can actually upload it. You can kind of skip the whole ceramic thing if you want. But we've chosen to use ceramic as the sort of bait data layer to back this. Oh gosh, man, I'm just front running my own slides here. I'm so sorry, everybody. One cool thing you can do, this is interesting with ceramic, and just to kind of prove the open data thing, go check out this SerScan, right? On SerScan, it's like an indexer of the ceramic network. You can pull up every instance of the passport schema that's been filled, right, that people have written to. There's 60,000 passports that have been built, right? People have made many, many more stamps, so behind that. What's interesting is in our last round, grants round 15, we actually had 38,000 that were submitted to us by our users. So there's a whole bunch of passports that are getting built and used externally. I'm going to get into that a little bit. There's already some communities that are starting to adopt this. This is a little preview of what you get to see when you go to SerScan. You can click through. You can actually see the raw data. It's super interesting. So, okay, some background concepts. So I've kind of said these things, but I want to make sure you all have the references. I'll make these slides available. There's a lot of links in here, and I hope people kind of use this as a reference, you know, as they get started. So decentralized identifiers. Who's heard of that? Oh, okay, great. I don't have to talk about this. Okay, cool. What about DID PKH? Cool. So this is a deterministic way of generating DIDs from your private key, your public key. You have this ability to deterministically make sure that every wallet has the ability to generate a DID. It's a bit of a subset. I think it's even like a, what's the word for it? Preliminary, non-ratified, non-conformant spec. It's like proposed. Thank you. I'm looking at Evan up here for. And then we have VCs behind that, very public credentials. VCs are a really interesting spec because they're so broad. And this is actually some of the criticisms of these specs is that there's a lot of interpretation and room to kind of do whatever you want with it. VCs, as we've used them, are really just an attestation that we observed something. So it's like the slimmest subset of that. There's people who are using them for more interesting or more data-rich environments. Ceramic. Who's used ceramic or heard of it? Okay, okay. I like to say that it's kind of a convenience layer on top of IPFS. I don't know if they would all agree with me, but it's a really nice way to have mutable streams of data that users control. Right? So you are the only person with your DID that you control that can write into your stream, and through some of their libraries you can grant access to an app to write into your stream. It's individually writable, self-sovereign, but it's totally open data, right? So it's kind of an interesting, it's a really good fit for this use case, is why we chose it. But it's pretty unique. We don't have a database, we're not storing any VCs of everybody, it's all happening here. And you control your stream as a user of the Ceramic network. So we really are relying on this as the data layer for Passport. We host a production node ourselves, which is kind of interesting. We also host a test net node, so if you're developing, these are all in the docs, we'll get to that later. But yeah, okay. Spruce, DidKit, everyone uses Spruce, signed with Ethereum, yeah. DidKit is amazing, and the Spruce team is super nice, so is the Ceramic team. The Ceramic team's really, really nice too. They joined us for like daily calls like during the round, right? Like they were really committed to making sure that everything went well. And continuing to be really tight with us. So Joel, if he's in the audience, thank you. You're awesome. And then Rocco from Spruce has been awesome in helping us manage DIDs. There's some interesting stuff later on that I'm going to get into here too. So high-level concept. So this is the whole of what Passport really is, right? So there's the DApp, right? There's Passport, which was that screenshot that I was going to demo, but I'm not going to now. You have Ceramic, which is where all the data actually sits. You're using the open data standards, which is interesting thing with Ceramic is you have the ability to define schemas. So the data that's going into Ceramic is kind of being enforced at that data layer that it's conformant to the DID and the VC spec, or the VC spec really, right? So if you want to write a stamp, which is a VC, you can just use the same model, the same schema that we've published to the Ceramic network, and it'll be conformant. Right, so you can't get the sort of like drift of data schema when you're relying on the Gitcoin Passport stamp or the VC spec that we've published. There's a Passport authority, so this is something we had to build. We had to build a backend where we issue the VCs from. So VCs are not necessarily like a first-class citizen yet. So when we're observing these attestations, we're issuing these VCs back up to go into your Passport. This is kind of a current point of centralization. I'll get into this a little bit later. You'll see it in the code base too. There's this IAM server. Trust bonus. This is how, if you've used Passport to build a trust bonus, this is the part where you actually submit it to Gitcoin. This is the scoring piece. This is all available inside the Gitcoin web repo. You can read how we did it. It's all kind of in Python and stuff. The SDK has some easier ways of doing scoring, but this is kind of like the full life cycle, right? And then there's this Gitcoin scoring service that we'll get into. Cool. I'm not going to show this. This is a pretty detailed like swim lane of like exactly all the calls. But if you really wanted to get into it and see exactly where like all of the sort of sequence of like calls between the front and the back, you'll see it here. That link is live and open. Feel free to check it out. The Passport SDK itself. So this is up on Gitcoin. This is actually how you can build on top of Passport the most easily. So I'm going to get a little bit more into the how a little bit later. Current points of centralization. I hinted at this. So the IAM server is where we're actually issuing these VCs from. So if you want to use a score that uses VCs from Gitcoin, you have to kind of whitelist our VC server. But this allows anybody else to also issue VCs. And the scoring part of the SDK allows you to decide which VC issuers you trust, right? So you give that control kind of downstream. Anybody can write into your Passport if you give them access to it, right? So if you're a DID holder and you go to a forked version of Gitcoin, of Passport, you can give access to your stream to that front end. They could write into it. But if they're not hitting our VC issuance service, they can issue their own. So where do you decide who to trust? Which VCs are worth trusting? It's at that scoring layer, right? When you come back around and you actually see like what's in a Passport, you can see through the VC which server issued that particular credential. And then lastly, our score is currently our point of trust, right? You're handing your Passport to us, you're working within the Gitcoin ecosystem, fine, you can trust us. In the future, as people start using other scorers, you can start making scores as a service, things like this, they're going to become a point of trust, right? You're going to have to rely on that scoring service to be doing the right thing with the passports that you hand to it, right? So if you don't want to go through the hassle of scoring a passport yourself, reading the DIDs, doing the scoring, you have to actually rely on somebody else. This is kind of just maybe worth calling out. Okay, so what can we do in the future? People can build their own IAM servers and start issuing their own VCs. That's pretty straightforward. You can host your own Ceramic node. You could help us, especially when Ceramic moves into this Compose DB in the future. I'm hinting at that. Again, I don't think anyone from Ceramic is here. They can correct me if I'm wrong, but I heard Q1 of next year. This is a great way to start synchronizing data between nodes and pinning it and making sure that the data is available in more locations. And then lastly, scoring. Help us build more scores faster and let us be a point of centralization. I said I was going to go slower, but then I started going fast. Yeah. Okay. So who's already doing this? So we actually have a community of people who are kind of picking this up and starting to build on top of it. ETH Staker just popped into our Discord and told us that they built this, which is super cool. So thanks, Remy. What they're using Passport for actually is giving roles inside their Discord. So you can go into this Discord channel, they pop you out to do a little signing, and then you come back around and the bot runs through your Passport, reads all the data in, and gives you a score, and it automatically assigns you a role in the Discord. So they were having an issue, apparently, with people getting multiple roles or bad roles, and they wanted to make sure they were real people and not bots. Super use case, and it's all available there. Check out their GitHub repo. Bankless Academy. I didn't link this, but it's actually there. So if you go to the Bankless Academy GitHub, you can even just like search the code for Passport, and you can see their implementation there. I might, after the fact, drop a link in this. Didier similarly just like kind of tweeted this out and then jumped in our Discord and told us that they built this. They did some cool stuff too where, so this is, Bankless Academy is kind of a rabbit hole-esque, right? You go through, you complete some sort of challenges and you get like a mint POAP, mint kudos at the end. People were farming this and they needed some Sybil protection. What's really cool actually, the way they do this is because they're able to read the data in the background, you sign in like with Ethereum, you have like they know your wallet address that you're completing this challenge where you're going to get that mint kudos back to you. They just in the background just go read your passport. If you already have one, like they just see what stamps and they say, okay, cool, good enough. Like we'll let you in and we'll mint it. This happened to me. I was like, I thought this was live. Like I thought, I didn't see the passport submission thing. So you don't actually have to do this, right? You can just in the background go look up a passport and see what stamps are on it without any kind of clumsy flow. If you don't have the stamps in your passport, you don't have a passport, it'll just prompt you to go create one, and then it'll let you in and gate you through into the service. Other cool thing too is they're doing the caching and this storing of duplicate stamps, which is a thing we can get into in a little bit here too. So how to actually get started? So the obvious place to get started, go to our docs, docs.passport.gitcoin.co. There's a lot of the high level stuff all the way through into the SDK and really how to get through it. I think one of the most important things though is actually decide when you're getting into how to use the SDK is what you're really doing with it, right? And a lot of this comes down to gating of a benefit or a community. We're also seeing some people who have interesting identity signals, right? We've had some people who have a KYC service, or they have Gitpo app just reached out and just built their own, right? They're like, this is a cool thing. It should be a stamp. It should be in your passport. You can build interesting scoring mechanisms. Maybe you have some thoughts on what is a really good, cost of forgery or scoring or personhood. Build it, right? All of these things are there, and the raw materials are there in the toolbox in the SDK. I think I've kind of beat this up a little bit, but the basic thing, this is the trust bonus page. I think you'll see this is how we gate our community and service. Adding a stamp, Gitpo app, this is a pull request that they submitted right here for how to build a stamp. This, again, as it's a moving target, we're going to continue improving the code base, but right now this is a great way to get started to see exactly how to add a stamp. You can take that PR and move it forward. We actually have a library of other PRs in our docs of where we've added other different kinds of stamps. So you can look to see how your kind of flow might map best. Discord. I think we've seen this, but this is actually the Discord as a stamps. This is another example I wanted to highlight. This one's not this one's an on-chain verification. This one is not, right? So you have kind of these different flows I wanted to kind of highlight. This was a video that got submitted to our hackathon, which is just great. I hope it doesn't play. Okay. It's a great walkthrough. If you really just, you need the walkthrough and you want to watch someone actually code through a full implementation of the SDK, Rask is the username, did a great job. And I think actually won our hackathon with this video. So it's top notch. Then lastly, if you do build something, tell us about it. We got the showcase.passport where you'll see we've got ETH staker up there. We've got our identity staking, and we got a lookup tool that the community submitted. We haven't gotten the bankless one up here yet. I think we're still waiting for them to apply into this. But there's a form call to action at the bottom. Just tell us you've built it. We want other people to find it. We'll link you to your project and to your GitHub. And then Alpha Alert. Kevin, did you know we had an API? This is super cool. So when I mentioned that we have this kind of centralized, you submit your passport to Gitcoin and we do all this stuff and we give you back this magical trust bonus, we've busted this out as an API now. So you actually can hit, this is the Swagger UI link, but the API is the same path there, score.depop. What's neat about this is you can actually post a full passport to this, and then you can read off different kinds of scores. So we actually have a weighted score, which is what ships with the SDK. So you can set up kind of a set of weights. This kind of alludes to Kevin's cost of forgery. We also have this thing called APU, which is this fingerprinting service we actually use for GR15, which takes a cohort of passports that have been submitted to us, and we find the median value of uniqueness. And you can kind of treat that as below that threshold might be maybe not so trustworthy, above that threshold is trustworthy, assuming you have kind of a Gaussian distribution of users. So the APU score is kind of an interesting one. Different kind of scores available. We're going to make this more fully featured, but this is literally shipped last week. There's no docs on this. This is the doc for y'all. But we're going to keep improving that and making sure that this becomes a real, an easy way to start interacting with Passport without having to go through necessarily hitting ceramic and reading it if you don't want to, right? You just have this as a way. But we are storing off these hashes and things like that for it. And then in the future, this is the thing we recently just spent some time on in the last couple weeks. The team's looking at how to actually bring scoring on chain. So one of the things you're going to run into if you're really trying to enforce a certain score to interact with a contract is you're going to need to bring this on chain somehow. The team's looked at a couple different routes, and the one that's looking most promising is using EIP 712s as an actual way to create a recoverable signed message on chain that you can then verify yourself as part of your actual smart contract interactions. So we're trying to bridge Passport scores and onto chain so you can actually start using them there. So we're going to need this for grants protocol as we go live. Your votes and things like that and your passport will need to be actually interacting with voting contracts. So we need it ourselves, and I think other people will too. All right. And that's it. So maybe we look at that Slido for some questions. Cool. Thanks. Cool. Okay, the top question. Oh, they're not really voted up, but oh yeah, okay, they are. Okay. How do we identify collusion? How do we differentiate collusion from a situation where many people, just like the same project, assume Sybil's are solved? This is a great question. I mean, I think the real answer here is, well, okay, two answers. You can use MACI, right, like minimal anti-collusion infrastructure, and you can make it impossible to verify who voted for what in a particular context. This is what CLR Fund's done, and we've been looking at this ourselves actually for some of our partnerships with Optimism. It's at the root level making it impossible. So Kevin gave me $50 for my identity. I could take the $50 and then vote however I want. There's no way for him to prove it. This is the kind of concept behind MACI. So you can have the secret ballot as the way to protect people from being able to, the economic reward is impossible to validate, right, for the people who are trying to bribe. I think more legitimate forms of collusion would be me and Kevin. We have a lot of similar ideas. We share a name. We might just vote really similarly on things, right? We actually belong to a community, right? And this is really what, like the DSOC paper that came out from Glenn Vitalik and Pooja is really talking about how do you identify communities and how do you reward cross-community, pluralistic consent, or not consent, sorry, what's agreement or sort of like signals between communities. I think in this environment, you've got some really interesting opportunities to sort of like sidestep collusion and just talk about homogenous communities and how they're voting and rewarding cross communities. So I think that's a nice sort of reframing of the problem. Yeah, you want to?
Yeah, I was just going to add that Gitcoin uses something called pairwise bonding, which is, I guess we're all built on Vitalik ideas, but it's an idea from Vitalik to basically bond people who vote similar to each other algorithmically. And basically, the way the algorithm works net is that if two people that have like a high social distance across them contribute to the same grant, then those contributions are worth more than if you've got a gaggle of people who are only contributing to the same grant. So it's a way of kind of algorithmically weighting things that that are attractive across social distance higher. So it's actually an early implementation of the DSOC idea. But yeah, I mean, I'd say that like Passport's even still in its early alpha days, and we're really focused on Sybil resistance, and then I think collusion resistance is kind of another horizon on top of that, and hopefully we'll get there.
Cool. So the next question here is the scoring in GTC Passport. Is it arbitrary, and how was it defined? So I mentioned for GR15, scoring was this APU score, which came out of like some of the data science work that was done from our fraud and defense team. So that's very like specific to the community of Gitcoin, right? It may not work for your environment, and we encourage you to build your own weighted scorer. If you look at the scoring SDK, what you basically can do is define all of the stamps you care about. You can define which VC issuers you care about, and then you can define weights based on those. That's the sort of like dead simple way of doing this. Like, I think Twitter's worth 1 point. I think Bright ID is worth 20 points. And you can create an aggregate score and a threshold, and that's the way a lot of communities, I think about doing this kind of thing. You could go beyond that, obviously, and start storing these things and doing machine learning against them and do some really interesting stuff there. But at the basic thing, the scoring is, like I mentioned, for our community has been this kind of initial weighted scoring. We moved into this more like ML sort of data science approach, and then in the future, we're going to keep iterating on that. But you have no limits to how you want to build your scorer. Cool. Can you give insights on how to make Passport compatible with other chains, EVM and non-EVM, looking to architectural components? So right now, there's not a way to bridge it on chain. That's like a work in progress. That was the thing I was mentioning at the very end there. So what you really are looking at is your interactions from the DApp. Like, you trust this interface that people are interacting with, and then you would use that as sort of your gating mechanism, right? So if somebody has the ability to access that, that doesn't mean you can protect things at the smart contract interaction level. And this is why we need to bring it there. But if you have a backend, you can certainly like protect yourself that way, right? You can validate that the front end is not being sort of man in the middle, and that you're getting a valid Passport score back. You can use your backend like Bankless did, where in the background They just reach out, grab the passport, read it in. You have your point of trust, right? And then you can do your JSON RPC calls from your backend. That might be the safest way to handle this right now if you have an actual smart contract interaction. Oh, this thing like alarms to tell us we're out of time. Oh shit, okay. Sorry, I guess that's it for questions. Hopefully that was sufficient.
Thanks for listening. This room is booked in, I think, 10 minutes. So just to be respectful to the next presenter, Olson and I are going to go outside and happy to take more questions in the lobby. But go to passport.gitcoin.co if you want to check out the code. And thank you for helping us build a more democratic Web3. Peace.
Yeah, thanks, man. That was a lot more than I expected. I thought I had more time. Hey!
Thanks for coming.
Yes. Okay.
You could try. Excuse me.
All right. Let's actually get this started. All right. Hi, folks. I'm Josh. I'm a mathematician at Oxford and Stanford, and the executive director of MetaGov, one of the organizations you see up there. And this is going to be a workshop on open problems in DAO science. What the hell does that mean? Oh, okay, it works. All right, so this is actually a series of workshops that have been hosted at events over the past year, beginning with ETH Amsterdam, following up with the Researching Web3 workshop, and most recently at the Stanford DAO workshop, part of the Science of Blockchains conference, obviously at Stanford. And this is kind of like an exploration or a long-term project to build up this field, this new field of research of DAO science. And maybe a good framing for this, to understand where we're coming from and how this is DAO science or DAO research might be distinguished from typical things going on in the industry, is that the framing for this, for the questions that we want to ask, are not 3 months or 6 months or even a year down the line. It's really asking a question, what will DAOs look like 10 years from now? Will they still exist? How could they possibly disrupt the existing infrastructure for, let's say, corporate governance or other modes of governance like nonprofit governance? And there's a bet that we've released that maybe could help sharpen this. And the bet is, imagine by 2032, imagine if DAOs or other digitally constituted organizations controlled and managed over 50% of the assets of the US economy, or just the global economy. Just imagine if 50% of the entire economy was managed by DAOs. What would that look like? Could you imagine today's DAOs doing anything like that? Personally, I can't. But, that's exactly what we're trying to change through research. Now, I'm going to share, today, we're going to do a little exercise. And we're going to spend most of today speaking amongst ourselves in these small groups. So you're going to have to be comfortable hanging out with each other for the next 30 minutes. Hope you're okay with that. The idea here is we're going to do a little funding exercise. So over the past several workshops of open problems in DAO science, we've come up with lists of open problems, lists of problems sourced not only from practitioners, but also from researchers and academics. Now, what we want to do, we've also sourced more concrete research proposals that are derived and synthesized from studying some of these open problems. And now we'd like to present a selection of these proposals to you. And over the next 30 minutes, we're going to talk about, well, would you actually fund them? As practitioners, or sometimes as even newbies to this space, like, do these things make sense to you? Do they reflect or answer or respond to any of the problems that you care about? And you'll have a chance to sort of allocate, rank some of these proposals, allocate them, and to give us a sense of what are the priorities of the ecosystem. What kind of research should we be doing? And this is really just an exercise. Of course, there are infinite proposals that you can consider. But we felt this would be a really nice way to kind of interface with some proposals that have been developed by academics and leaders within these ecosystems, and then try to understand, trying to engage how would you might do this better, or if you're interested in engaging with some of this research, I can also connect you to some of the academics and the researchers who wrote these proposals. Okay, so with that said, I'm going to put down a QR code, and everybody can go to that. You can also, if you don't have a phone, just enter that short link down there. It's just bit.ly/devcon-DAO. And that should take you to a spreadsheet and a series of worksheets. Now, I was completely underestimated the amount of people that will be in this room right now. I honestly thought there would be like at most 5 tables of around like 30 people. I think we actually have capacity here around 120. Okay, which is going to be great because we're going to get lots of data and have lots of great conversations. But I'm going to count down, so just note your table because you're going to be, each table is going to be assigned to a worksheet in that spreadsheet. First off, have people found the spreadsheet? You can see what's in there. Okay, great. So I'm going to count down the tables from here. So this is going to be table 1, table 2, 3, 4 in the back, 5, 6, 7, you're 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I'm glad I can count because that is exactly the number of sheets in that spreadsheet. And I want you to go through that spreadsheet and you'll find links to these proposals and descriptions, and you'll be able to sort of go through the entire thing. So what I would like you to do, hold on, I think this thing doesn't work. Oh, no, never mind. Okay, so for the first 5 minutes, and I'm gonna break shortly, and I'll just walk around and sort of answer questions. But in the first 5 minutes, I really encourage you to just take a short time to introduce yourselves to the table, see what kind of backgrounds, are you like, is it mostly developers, technical people, non-technical, social scientists, or some, I know there are definitely some researchers interspersed in here. Briefly introduce yourselves, and then just chat, go through these proposals, try to understand them, talk about like what's missing, what's good, what's bad, come up with a ranking, and then you can allocate $10 million, as you'll see in there, across these proposals. At the end, the last 10 minutes or so, we're going to synthesize some of those conclusions, and we'll talk about, and we'll have kind of an open question and answer session where we can talk about what are the priorities for DAO science, and how can we learn, what kind of new things do we need to learn. All right, with that, I'll break, and we'll start these breakouts. just start. As soon as the intros are done, let's go into it. Maybe there's some sort of like weird loading because we made the changes, but it's, which group are you? 11. So just go from the back, basically. And now my computer is not working, like the internet. Like now the internet's not working.
Yeah, the internet is. Oh, but no, it works.
Oh yeah, okay. So you just need to refresh it. There's it's some sort of internet issue. Just refresh it, you'll get it. incredibly epic for this. Not my intention. Oh my god. point is to give money. It's totally up to you. Yes. 5 minutes left. If you can't agree, just pick your top 3 and put like ones on them or something, all right? Screen share this. Yes. That'd be great. Yeah. Well, give it. Put it on? Hold on 1 second. 1 minute. 1 minute. Put in your rankings and your allocations. Oh my God. You're really giving that much money to that?
What is the relation?
Put in your numbers. See the numbers change. that should not be the case. Try refreshing. Only you would not have write access.
The lucky number group.
Yeah. That's very strange. You guys can write, right? Maybe it's the same spreadsheet.
I think so.
Do you want to just like put in your numbers over there? Take over there. Yeah, just like.
Okay.
Yeah, what's up?
Problem with spreadsheets. I do not work in this, and the problem is that many people are using this document. So.
Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Too many tables. All right. The people who have already put in their things. Come on, people. There's no need to sabotage DAOs for nonprofits. It's building public goods. All right. I know, yes, there's a problem. Too many people are editing at the same time, so it's actually not allowing you to edit. Maybe this is telling you you should have gotten your rankings earlier on. Okay, so why don't we see what we have right now? And okay, could you actually, what do we have? Okay, granular privacy primitive seems, can you scroll up and down? Just scroll up and down. Let's just see like what the rankings are. Actually, I'm gonna, okay, let's see. We have, what's highest right now? 1 is good, 1 is good. 12 is bad. Okay. Okay, you know what, this is, if you could like slice it, like if you go to rankings in that little dash bar, if you could order it, the ranking by that, that'd be helpful. Oh my God, granular privacy primitives. All right, okay, so that's interesting feedback. People really like privacy. Or maybe they just like something like a really solid computer science thing. Allocation, 900, almost $1 million. Okay. I think Dan Bonet would be very happy with that. Though he has a lot of money. He'll be fine. Let's see, what's next? We have a lot of people in the middle of the pack, but it seems win to DAOs win is fairly high up there. You guys all want DAOs to win? Or at least avoid the places where they're losing, right? That seems like a good plan. But it's interesting that they're only getting half of as much as granular privacy primitives. So people seem to be putting a premium on these, maybe like CS research. I'm just inferring here. Challenges of digital public infrastructure, decently high ranking, but not much allocation. I don't know why. All right. In the 6 minutes that's left, I'll let people explore this on their own. It's kind of like an interesting data set. I would really encourage you to, if you're already on these groups, to kind of just refine the data a bit, because I'll tell you why. So this data is going to be refined and cleaned up a little bit. And then so right now this is $10 million in fake money, or fake money, right? So we will be giving some of this data to a bunch of different funders, the Ethereum Foundation, Uniswap, the World Bank, National Science Foundation, and trying to actually building together that $10 million grant to fund the future of DAO science. And this will be directly from the community saying, these are our priorities. This is what we care about, at least with this sampling of research proposals that are currently out there. And hopefully this will help guide, if not the next 10 years, at the very least the next 2 to 3 years of funding decisions. So I really, really encourage you to go back and at least fix that ref mistake. Come on. Who did that? Who did that? I'm going to find you. I will find you. I like nonprofits. I'll also just give a little bit of background on this research project. So this is, as I mentioned, this is part of a longer project to build up the infrastructure for DAO research and for DAO science. So for those of you who aren't researchers, even for those of you who are, there's a different set of incentives and institutions that you need in order to build an effective research ecosystem, right? To be able to produce results that have implications not just 3 months or 6 months, but 10 years down the line. And what we're trying to do is working together. I won't pull up the sort of the data set again, but with the slides rather. But actually, could you go back to the slides and go to the slides, Devcon 22, that tab at the top. Okay. Anyways, go to dowscience.org. You'll see all this sort of previewed there, and it has an explainer for what we're trying to do. Basically, a collection of some of the main research organizations in the DAO space, including MetaGov, the DAO Research Collective, and the Smart Contract Research Forum. Basically, a bunch of nonprofits are teaming up in order to organize this field of DAO science and trying to figure out how we can sort of synthesize and bring together practitioners, many of which are represented in this room, with scientists, and how do we onboard practitioners more into science, and of course, attract more scientists, more academics, people from really a large variety of different backgrounds into this space to make it stronger, to make it more vibrant, and to ultimately solve some of the problems that we care about. So yeah, all that will be explained at dowscience.org. I can't direct them to point it at it, but just go to dowscience.org, you'll see what's next. And I think with that, we have around 3 minutes left. Are there any questions?
You said that this one is like, want to see what our priorities are and where like people want it. But it has so much to do with the proposal, like how it was written itself. Like some of them were not clear as to what they really wanted. For example, DALI for DAOs. And that sounds cool and might be something that a lot of people would want, like AI involved in the whole space. But I just did not understand the proposal, what was going to be the conclusion of that whole. Then I didn't want to give them money.
Yeah, so the question was about DALI and the fact that the DALI proposal and the fact that it didn't really make sense, or it didn't communicate a sense of like, this is the ultimate end, right? This is the broader impact. And the reason we put that in here as part of the sample is because it turns out it turns out funding goes everywhere, but also there's actually a lot of very playful proposals coming out of places like art schools or collaborations between art schools and engineering schools that are much more exploratory, that don't have a sense of like, oh, this is the ultimate benefit to DAOs, right? And this is actually one of the reasons I think it's important to think about DAO research and DAO science apart from standard like VC investment tracks, is that you can fund these kinds of more speculative proposals that don't have any specific impact in mind. They're just play, right? It's a little bit like art, like DALI. Any other questions in the back?
So taking this information, like, and if we're a protocol and we're thinking about DAOs and how to create a DAO and work with a DAO, like how can we use these proposals and like allow us to think through these questions?
Yeah. So these proposals will eventually all be synthesized into a big survey paper called Open Problems in DAO Science, and it'll be much easier to consume and shorter and have lots of citations, and you can see it'll be like a kind of like a nice, concise way to sort of share that with your DAO, with the practitioners in your DAO. The other side of this is that obviously like and how do I say it? And there's different ways being built by different organizations, including, as I mentioned, MetaGov, DRC, and SCURF, to figure out ways to, how do I say it, shorten the pipeline from production of research to application of that research. In science, we call this like translational research, right? And there's efforts to do that. It just takes time, and it takes building institutions. This is why it's important to build a research ecosystem, because you can't just have researchers like doing random shit, or academics, spouting theory. You need to have this whole other piece of infrastructure that like pays attention to this stuff, and then figures out this is the part that's useful. These are the experiments we're actually gonna, put money into running. Yeah.
Yeah, I think one question I had was more like on like 10 million is a good example because probably most of those like don't need much money at all, but like below a certain threshold they also couldn't do anything. So I wonder if there could be like something like with more skin in the game, like a Gitcoin run on like purely DAO science where you, for example, like as an active DAO member, get higher matching. So actually, the people that actually have an idea of DAOs like have like higher matching. But I think like signaling also like what's the minimum money needed and the maximum. So you actually almost more like I'm not sure if you know the S process of funding. So I think there's like ways to improve the allocation over this.
Yes, yes. I'm going to answer that very shortly, and out of respect for the next speakers, we're going to end this. But yeah, very shortly, the first time we actually ran this exercise was at Stanford with a panel including Guy from A16Z, Aya from the Ethereum Foundation, and Scott from Gitcoin. And very much into this idea of, setting some sort of quadratic funding infrastructure. And we've actually been talking with Gitcoin because they recently are trying to make their funding package a little bit more like a protocol. Yeah, doing like a test run of that, or maybe just doing like a funding round that's specifically dedicated towards science. Very much exploring that. All right, amazing. Thank you all for coming and sharing your thoughts. Appreciate it.
Ladies and gentlemen, wow, this is crazy. We were not expecting this many people in the room, so that's that's really cool, but that's also going to be a challenge because we're going to do a workshop, and workshopping is pretty difficult with more than 100 people. But we're going to pull it off. Thanks for being here. My name is Dennis. This is my colleague, Tiago. We are with MakerDAO, and I'm not going to talk much about what we do because we don't have time for that. We are here today to solve some DAO governance challenges that are real. So like we selected 4 challenges from friends from the Web3 space that are dealing with some problems. And we're going to try and find some inspiration for that. And another goal is to get some of you more familiar with design thinking methodologies, because it's a really powerful way of innovating. We actually did a workshop at Devcon earlier this year in Amsterdam, and that was like a different workshop. It was like a fully fledged design sprint with a small group. That's what we had in mind for today, but we actually, we decided to switch it up a little bit. A little bit of context, a design sprint is usually like a workshop, quite an intense workshop, multiple days, small team, where you basically you innovate and you validate ideas. So you create a concept and validate it without actually building anything, like without writing a single line of code. And I think that's something that, the notion of innovating without building is something that we should embrace as a space. So for those who haven't heard about design thinking, design sprint, this might be a good first experience for you. What we're going to do today, we have 1 hour and 40 minutes, and we're going to guide you through a very intense process. The time is our biggest enemy today. We're going to do divergent and convergent thinking. So basically, initially, we're going to do a brain dump where we try and get as much feedback and ideas and inspiration on the table as possible. And then we're going to do a voting exercise to create some kind of abstraction. And then we're going to do that again, but then for creating a solution. The agenda is, we have 4 challenge owners from various DAOs in the room. They're going to take 5 minutes to present their challenge and give some context. And then we're basically going to break up. Some of the tables in this room are going to be focusing on those challenges. So we're going to do some kind of team formation. If you don't feel like actively participating, that's completely fine. I mean, that's actually welcome because we have way too many people. So if you just want to listen in, no hard feelings. If you just want to listen in and just walk around, please feel free to do so. If you want to commit to participating, please participate and be here for the full 2 hours. This is what I just mentioned. Let's just have a look at the challenges, and then we're going to do, then we're going to switch to the ideation process. And I'd like to welcome Shelby and Abby from the Radical team.
Hi guys, my name's Abby. Nice to meet you. I'm the head of community and governance at Radical, and I sit on the board of the Radical Foundation. For those who don't know Radical is basically a protocol ecosystem that's building decentralized collaboration tools for developers building decentralized technologies. And so like the TLDR is decentralized GitHub, but it's a lot more things than that as well. And so Radical has been on a journey for the last year or two, and we've been slowly, progressively decentralizing in our efforts to become like a truly open source, free and open source, self-sustaining, community-owned and operated free and open source project. Free and open source, I said twice, but you get the picture. And so over the last year, 2 years, we made a successful transition from a startup to a foundation, and we launched our governance token, RAD, and we became a DAO. But if everybody here has experience with DAOs, you know that becoming a DAO doesn't just happen when you technically decentralize. There's a lot of social and political decentralization that comes along with that. So now we're on our next chapter, the first of many, which is furthering our transition to the DAO by dissolving our foundation council, which currently manages all of our project development, our core teams that are contributing to maintaining the Radical stack, and replacing that with decentralized entities that our contributors run and operate themselves, and restructuring our governance process along the way. There's a lot more of this on Discourse if you want to learn more, radical.community. But basically, our goal is to create a decentralized organization that can manage all of our project development within the DAO without relying on the intermediary of a foundation council. And in that process, steward the emergence of other organizations within the Radical DAO ecosystem by distributing ownership, influence, and supporting the generation of more decentralized governed entities that all are stewarded and funded by our Radical Treasury. Wow, okay, so that's the transition. So our challenge, which is something that we've been thinking about in this transition, we have 4 work streams, right? One is the actual org design, so how do you actually build an organization for our contributors to participate in? The second is DAO tooling. What are the best tools that we can be using to actually steward this decentralization process? And then the last 2 are what we're gonna be talking about today, which is the distribution of ownership and the distribution of influence. So I think everybody knows that token voting governance, governed DAOs are pretty plutocratic right now, if not entirely plutocratic, including Radical, and we're trying to change that. So first, we're trying to distribute ownership in a way that better supports the transition of our project to something more member-based, more with highly diverse stakeholder governance. That's not plutocratic, has more fair and equitable qualities, and can better support the long-term sustainability of the project. But we think that that's not possible without actually introducing a non-financialized governance layer, which we call influence. So our challenge is about how do we effectively distribute influence and ownership as separate financialized governing power, which is tokens, and non-financialized power, which is who knows what, and how do we distribute that amongst active contributors of the DAO to better support the transition of our governance structure to something static and plutocratic to something dynamic and member-based and more fair and equitable. So, cool, thanks. So Shelby is right here, so we'll be walking around with our challenge, and you can ask us any questions along the way. Thanks.
See, that's over 3 minutes. That's really impressive. You can tell that she's done this before. Thanks a lot, Abby. It's important that you take note of the challenges because the idea is that every table picks a challenge to focus on. And then some of you that might be interested in actively participating, you really focus on that challenge. So keep that in mind. Next up, we have Peyton from MakerDAO. Yeah, let's see. We have a lot of problems at MakerDAO, a lot of challenges that can be solved. So let's hand it over to Peyton.
Hi, my name is Peyton. I go by Pros11 online, and I am one of Maker's governance facilitators. Yeah, you might have heard of Maker. You've probably heard of DAI. I bet in this room we're probably batting better than average. But I guess our problem with governance, right? You'll hear about it in tweets. You'll see about it in news articles. But it has to happen all the time, right? Whether someone's watching or I guess whether everyone's watching or just a few people are watching. Governance is there, governance is a risk. That kind of transitions into the workforce, which is this whole separate thing that intertwines with governance and is a part of it, yet is entirely separate as well. So you might have read the articles of Maker, you might have seen some bits of Rune's grand plan or seen Benteg tweet about how DAI is going to lose its peg or what have you. But basically, fundamentally, I would like to argue that the problem that Rune is pitching to try to solve is how might we reallocate the workforce to be more efficient. And I don't think this is a problem that you have to be at the size of MakerDAO to encounter. I think it's fundamentally a problem of scaling. Every DAO starts out with this really awesome problem, which is we have a very cool solution and not enough people know about it. So what do? You start ramping up. You start bringing people into the workforce and giving them jobs, making them contributors, having them, one way or another, be a part of your ecosystem. And before too long, you realize, okay, well, maybe our problem isn't that we don't have enough people who know about our system now. Maybe our problem is that the way we have organized in an alternative structure, right, that typically bucks hierarchy and doesn't have a lot of direct reporting. How do we take that and actually make sure that we are getting the value of all the talented individuals that have joined our organization? So when I like to approach this problem, I think it's important to think about 2 sides because it's really obvious from the DAO side why you might want a more efficient workforce, right? Just like every corporation wants to squeeze out the most profit, your DAO is going to want to take a look at your workforce and say, all right, how can we get these people to reach their potential and to give that value to us. But you also have to think about it from the worker side. Workers in DAOs are incredibly autonomous, right? If they don't want to be there, they'll find something else to do. There's plenty of money in the Web3 ecosystem. And yeah, if you're not thinking about them when you're trying to solve this problem, you're going to fall short. So I want to put in a little plug about burnout, because I think that's a problem with tech, with DAOs, with our industry at large. But studies have shown that like the key thing you can do to prevent burnout within an organization is to make sure people feel valued, to make sure that their work is being appreciated. And the only way that people are going to appreciate their work is if they feel like they are making an impact. So the challenge is, as you grow, as you scale, how do you make sure that the talent you have is being properly utilized? Because whether it's a treasury or intellectual property, if you have a resource and you're not constantly checking in, making sure that you're getting the most out of it, you're going to lose efficiency. You're going to lose the battle to entropy. And, you know, a DAO can die. Many DAOs have died. I would not like to be one of them, and I would certainly not like to be the governance facilitator if the DAO were to die. So maybe you can help me today, and we can think about how can we make our workforce reallocation be the most efficient way, keeping in mind that there are two distinct sides we need to think about, the worker and the DAO itself. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Peyton. That was really good. If there's anyone at Maker who is in sync, in tune with what's happening at the DAO, it's Peyton. So if any of you can somehow give some kind of inspiration or new perspective on this problem, that could be actually really impactful, because there's actually a lot of Maker people in the room, so I hope you can contribute to this challenge that we're facing. Moving on to the third challenge, which is brought forward by Zaku from Coordinape.
Thanks, Diego. Thanks, everybody. So I am indeed Zach from Coordinape, and for those that don't know, Coordinape, it's actually a tool to help employees feel, or employees, yeah, exactly. Good thing I didn't say that. To help contributors to a DAO feel more appreciated and also compensated. So quickly, the way that Coordinape works is in a circle of contributors, they all have 100 give tokens. And you can give to other people according to the value that you've seen them add over some period of time. And then whatever percentage of the total amount of give tokens you get that percentage of the budget, right? So instead of saying, here's our budget for coordinators, it's 100,000, and I'm the people ops person, and I choose you get this much and this much. You put the whole pile in the middle of the table, and people basically allocate it to each other in a decentralized way. And so the idea is to get closer to value in equals value out, right? Those contributors that are just like really crushing it and everyone's really appreciating, here's your chance to appreciate them with payment. And also write notes to them and tell them about why you appreciate what they're doing, and then it creates this social graph so everyone can see who's adding value and what they're doing, so it also helps a lot with sense making in the DAO. That said, so at my previous company, this is the way that we paid each other for like all 7 years, and we always said that the conversation is actually more valuable than the allocation itself, because as we were paying each other, we were like, here's what you did that was awesome, here's what you could do better. At Coordinape, one of the challenges that we have is that you have this distribution, and so everyone's, and it's all transparent, and you can see like, oh wow, Sally got this much, and wait, why did she get that much more than me? And why did Steve give this much to Camille? And wait, what's going on, right? And so the sense-making part and really understanding, especially like as a DAO, like what do we value? Is this person getting more because they're more public in their role, or is it because what they're doing is super valuable? Like, are we allocating according to what we really think is in line with the mission that we're trying to achieve? And so the question really is like, how do we asynchronously do sense making? Because it's just not practical to say we're going to have our Coordinape retro and all 40 people are going to meet, and on Zoom we're all going to talk about what happened. We are doing lots of MVPs with like small groups and pulse surveys and things like this, but there's a lot of issues in DAOs when they get sensitive, and if you just are writing on Discord, like that encourages a very certain kind of conversation. It's obviously like we are not evolved to be text-based communicators. Most of our communication is nonverbal, and now we're trying to do this through screens around really sensitive topics, especially in Coordinape's case around like compensation, which gets into how people feel valued, and these are like really hot topics. And there's a lot more, I'm sure, in all the DAOs you're a part of. And so how can we address these really sensitive and nuanced topics and do sense making in an asynchronous, decentralized way? Obviously, like coming together as a team is the best way, but that's not usually possible. So yeah, this is the sticky problem that we're going to be talking about.
Thanks, Zach. Interesting stuff, and I think for some of us, we can relate. So yeah, let's move on to the fourth challenge posed by Patricia from Euler Finance. I always said Euler Finance, but it's actually Euler. So I've heard, so yeah, let's give her a hand and let's hear what she has to say.
Hey guys, so yeah, I'm from Euler Finance. It's pronounced as Euler, just as Euler. It's not called Euler, it's wrong. So we are a protocol that nobody even knows how to pronounce the name, and that kind of reflects the governance problems we're currently facing, which is like low community engagement because the product itself is less well known and at the same time is highly technical. So Euler Finance is a lending and borrowing protocol. So you can think of us as similar to Aave, but way more complex with a way more functionality building, and the code is just like extremely difficult to understand for an average technical person. So the problem we're currently facing is basically like we launched around November last year, so right before like everything crashed basically, and we did a token launch about in May. That was like when the market was like pretty bad, and we didn't do public token launch. We did like the token sales with the VCs. So from that side, it's like there's very little people, to be fair, that have vested interest within the protocol. And a lot of the technical people who are trying to onboard right now, they do not have a vested interest within the protocol. They do not have the token. At the same time, the thing we have with the governance is like we're trying to have the governance to decide on the parameters of the protocol, such as like lending and borrowing factors. We thought that would be the best way to decentralize the protocol to make it really permissionless, lending and borrowing and listing for assets to be collaterals. However, what we realized is that not everyone have that knowledge to be calculating collateral factors. A lot of people within our community that are most active have very little tokens, at the same time do not have the knowledge to be calculating those risk parameters, and do not have the knowledge to be participating within in the discussion. So that's like the main problem we're facing, is that where we're trying to lead the governance to be like, and what the governance is currently at. So the problem that I'm presenting today, the problem that I'm trying to ask you all to contribute and help me to solve, is how can we solve the community engagement problem within a highly technical protocol community. Think about Euler as a protocol, a baby protocol, has a baby governance, everything is very primitive, there are very little people have vested interest, and people like outside of the community, or even within the community, cannot even pronounce the name of the protocol. So that's a problem we're currently facing, and I think it's a problem that exists across a lot of other technical protocols, other DeFi protocols, and I think it's something that in general, how do we encourage people that currently do not have the knowledge to be participating, and at the same time encourage those who have the knowledge to be participating in the governance and be contributing. So, yeah.
Awesome. Thank you, Patricia. Cool. So, as I said, we have we have real governance challenges that we're gonna focus on today. What we had in mind is that every table can pick their own challenge, but maybe we need to do it a bit smarter because we only have a bunch of facilitators and we can't really have them walk around the whole room. So I'm just going to MacGyver this, if I have the mandate. I would say I'm just going to point out a few tables and a number. And if you really want to join a particular challenge, then you can just move to the table. But otherwise, I would suggest you just stay where you are and try to share your input. The whole goal is to cross-pollinate, right? I think you all have different perspectives, different work experience, and I'm really curious what's going to come out of that. So What I'm going to do is I'm going to assign these 4 tables, so this row, to the radical challenge, because we have 2 radical facilitators. I think they can handle this row of 4 tables. Then we have these 3, I would say. I would assign them to Patricia. So this, and this. So that is challenge number 4. And that is challenge number 1. Sorry, yeah. Okay, and then we have 1, 2, 3, 4. That's maker. 1, 2, 3, 4. So you're going to be talking about the second challenge. And then we have 1, 2, 3. That's going to be coordinate. Does that make sense? Do you all know which challenge you're assigned with, your table? And again, if you really want to join a particular challenge, feel free to move around and try and organize. I'm going to give you a few minutes for it. In the meantime, I'm just going to continue talking, just to explain what we have in mind. Once again, we have an ideation process that we're going to guide you through. We have a bunch of materials on your table, and you're going to need that to do the ideation. Let's take 2 minutes to organize yourselves, and then we're going to just continue. I'll do a round to see if they all have the right. Probably write the number of the challenge of the title.
That one.
I think they'll need to reply to the second. I think you're gonna need to split yourself between the different tables. Sure. Find your
effective communication.
Yes.
I would love to join that tip.
Workforce allocation.
maybe join one of these tables.
These 2 tables?
I think. Let me see.
Oh, radical, you mean? This one. So then I need to know which table I think it's in there. It's 1, 2, 3. Sorry. What are patents level? I think 1. Yeah. That one's 1.
All right, everyone, we're at time. And I just want to make sure that we're not mixing up stuff. So can I have everyone's attention, please? Time is at the essence. Thank you very much. I'm going to walk past each of the table, and I want you to shout which challenge number you are working on, just to make sure we're on the same page. 3, 2, 1. 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Okay, this is all radical. 3, 2, 1. 4. So you are Euler Finance. And that one also. Okay, so we actually have 2 tables Euler Finance, right? Because these, what are you working on? 2, that's Maker, right? And you? Maker. Maker. and Maker. And over there, 3 and 3. Okay, so we actually have 2 tables for Zach, 2 tables for Patricia. We have 3 tables for Peyton, for Maker, and we have 4 tables for Radical. That's correct, right? Awesome. Then I think we're ready to go. We're going to have the inner facilitators, right, the challenge owners. They're going to be at your tables, and they're going to be available for helping with the ideation, because we actually briefed them a little bit, but also to give more challenge on the more context about the challenge. I'm going to hand the mic over to my colleague Tiago, and we're going to talk about the ideation practices. Please pay attention, because we're going to have to do this asynchronously now. So let's get it, Tiago.
All right. So this is the fun part, brainstorming. Just a bit of recap. So you're going to follow this process of divergent and convergent thinking. So first you come up with as many ideas as possible. Literally open your brain. Then we're going to have one voting process called dotmocracy. So you need to select the most likable ideas. So this will be around the opportunity area. And then we're going to do this loop again, diverging, but hopefully come up already with a more craft solution. And we're going to convert again using the dotmocracy, hopefully find a solution that we are all happy with in your table. So a lot of people, we move around, so maybe just take 5 minutes to introduce yourself. You don't need to tell the story of your life, just your name, where you work, and why you joined this workshop. Just take 5 minutes to, within your group, introduce yourself, give a little round. 1 minute per each, just real quick. Yeah. Now, just within your group, just give a round of introductions. That's it. Then we'll move on. Just make sure we know each other. We get along. I gotta rush out. Maybe 5 minutes. Maybe it's too much. I think. No, it's fine. Because it's a big group. Okay, so we have about 1 hour 15 minutes. If you like the video, there will be some time at the end so people can just talk. So no, we should probably just stick to these, right? Just, and then we have a lot of time. I think I have still on time. Yeah. A bit more? Okay, so it's 10 minutes. We have for 10 minutes. Yeah, that's all. They can just put it in the middle of the table. Yeah, but you can't really do it together. Huh? No. I feel like every table needs to, depending on how many creative sheets there are, they can just decide who's going to participate. So the ones with the strongest opinions. Another option is a lot of they can do their own. pair up. So they pair up within the Should I mention that? Solid type definition.
Huh? We're almost at the last minute.
Last 30 seconds. Warm up your brains, you are almost starting. All right. Now, hope everyone it's a bit of attention. Hope everyone know each other now a bit better within your group. We're gonna start the first exercise. Yeah, so this is just a quick way to download your brains. It's a brain dump. It's a conversation starter. So the first exercise, there are blank sheets on your table. Please just use one or two, divide into 3 columns, and then write I like, I wish, and I wonder. And everyone will be putting post-its on each column. So in the I like column, so this will be something that inspires you, something that you already know. These are existing solutions. Yeah, so just some references. On the I wish, yeah, so based on these existing solutions, maybe there's something that could be improved. Maybe there are new features that you thought out. So that will be on the I wish column. And then finally, we have the I wonder column. So this will be solutions that don't exist just yet. So it'll be more your future vision. You can free your brain a bit more. Maybe you wonder if this is feasible, this be possible. Maybe you do a bit of reflection about any unintended consequences. Yeah, so it's more the future scenarios. Again, so 3 columns, I like, I wish, I wonder, 1 or 2 blank sheets per table. So you're gonna give ourselves 8 minutes for this exercise. Now, do it introspectively, in silence, unless you want to explain what you mean or someone don't understand, explain to your table. Yeah, so let's get started. 8 minutes. Good luck.
Okay, to clarify, this is in silence, and it's focused on the challenge that's assigned to your table, of course. And we're a bit short on pens and post-its, so I hope you can organize yourselves. I still hear a lot of talking. I really suggest doing it in silence. Respect the process, my friends. Stick to the process. The purpose is to just get a download of everyone's brain based on their perspective and their experience. Stop talking, start writing. Make sure to add them to the sheets immediately so you prevent people from writing down duplicates. The goal is to get as many post-its on that sheet per table. So write them down, put them on the sheet, and we're going to do a voting exercise per table afterwards. All three, yeah. So whatever you think of, just add it to the sheet. We're doing all three columns at the same time, by the way, just to be clear. We are almost at halftime. Maybe there's anything in particular, like something that you know of, some experience that is quite unique to you, that might be a source of inspiration for the others on your table. We have 2 more minutes. Huh? The sticky dots. Yeah, I wish we had. I I never knew. Yeah, it's good that you have some background. That's a superpower. Are you still doing that remotely?
That's why actually.
What is it with the coordinate Jörn volgens de other like Chris also?
Last minute, no pressure. All right, I see many post-its on the table. Too much information to download in those brains, I can see. All right. So, don't worry. It's not a. We don't need perfection. We just need some. We just needed some information to get the conversation started. Now, of course, I'm sure there are different solutions on the table. So we need to align our brains within your own groups. So we have this system that's called .democracy. So .democracy is just a way to help you vote on the most likable items that you have on the table. Just find some alignment within your own group. So you'll have 5 minutes. I know you are short on Sharpies, but yeah, share your pens around. Use your pens to place 3 dots, 3 dots per person and per column on your most likable items. If there are maybe there are similar items, try to cluster them a little bit, and yeah, see what's the spirit in your table. See what your group like the most. So let's take 5 minutes to vote. Again, 3 dots per person per column. So do you? Was it clear? Like, yeah. So just like 3 dots. Per person. Per person. Yeah. Take our turn.
Okay, everyone, please make sure that you just look at what's on the table and place those dots. We're going to do discussion afterwards. We have 5 minutes. Remember, no cheating. 3 dots per person per column. You can put multiple dots on one item if you'd like. We have about 2 minutes remaining. Make sure you use your votes. We want to have a nice heat map of where the most interesting opportunity areas are.
Last 20 seconds. So for now, the goal is just to make sure you have an alignment within your table in terms of opportunity area. We'll have time to for the discussion. Wait. Wait. Wait, then. All right. I know you're already ahead of the game in the discussion part, so that's good. So just make sure you look again to the post-its you have on the table. Make sure you look at you find the heat map. You find the ones that the ones with the most dots. And again, this is not to come up with a solution just yet. Try to focus on the opportunity areas for the time being. So let's give us 8 minutes just to find the right opportunity area. It's just find the opportunity area, and then the next step will be actually the solution. If you are ahead of the game, you already like a solution, it's also fine. But make sure we align.
But should we take like the ones with the most votes and then say?
Yeah, now you should focus the ones with the most votes. That's the ones you should be discussing about it. Keep a lay fair. So just to clarify, you don't need to look at all the post-its, just look at the post-its with the most dots. Those are the ones we are converging at the moment. So to look at the post-its with the most dots, those are the ones where your brain should be focused on. And for now, it's just opportunity areas. We'll have another session based on solutions. And again, try to cluster.
Yeah, good. I love that. It's good. As long as you bring good results.
Free flow, free flow, free flow.
What?
I know.
Sure.
Yeah.
Freestyle.
Yeah, we're just brainstorming like crazy.
It's fine. It's fine. This is just to facilitate. If you're own way, why not? Go ahead.
All right, folks, we have about 5 minutes left. And the aim is that after 5 minutes, within your table, you have a good sense of where the opportunity is. So just have a bunch of post-its that are your favorites. That's super important.
Right, last 1 more minute to find the right opportunity area. Try to converge in just one single opportunity area. Again, rely on your facilitators. They are governance experts. They know the challenge more than anyone. All right, so last exercise. I know most of you are freestyling, going with your own methods, and that's totally fine. But I mean, this is also a good one. So it's called Crazy Eights. So basically, based on the opportunity area that your table selected, we're going to come up with, we call it Crazy 8 solutions. So you can either draw or write whatever is easy for you to depict the solution. So this is more a concept creation. You can go a bit wild in nonsense, but we are trying to diverge as much as possible. But again, focus on the challenge, focus on the opportunity area, try to stick to 1 minute per post-it, one idea per post-it. And since we are many groups, maybe try to come up, have two sheets on the table, try to have 2 Crazy 8 sheets on the table. And again, we're going to have 8 minutes for each for this exercise. Yeah, let's get started.
Yeah, maybe just to clarify, because everyone, can we have attention here, please? Crazy 8s? Hey, hello, thank you very much. Crazy 8s is a bit of an abstract one, so you need to understand it well. It's also the most fun one. And the idea is that you make a sketch of your idea. It can be like a drawing, it can be a diagram. It has to fit on a post-it, so it has to be really succinct. And you're actually going to make 8 very rapid iterations. So we're going to do very strict timekeeping. After 1 minute, you leave that post-it alone, you move on to the next one. So each table only has about 2 or 3 of those sheets. So we actually need 2 or 3 people on the table to step forward. Maybe someone who's good at drawing, because this requires some drawing skills. And when everyone's ready, probably in like 2 minutes or so, make sure you make some room on your table, get the drawers prepared. And then we're going to do 8 short cycles of 1 minute where you just draw and you iterate on one idea. And of course, the idea is that you use all of the previous stuff as inspiration for this single solution that you're going to draw. Let's take 2 minutes to get organized, and then we're actually going to start with the 1 minute cycle. So let's get ready.
very curious how this goes.
Are these for solutions? Are we on the second diamond now?
Yes.
Okay.
So we're going to create one solution.
We're stuck on not getting a top problem. We have a lot of time.
Okay. Yeah.
So wondering if we could should we just pick one and go with it?
You should just pick one and go with it. Because
Right.
the whole goal of this thing, I'll say it here. Another good thing to know, the nice thing about Crazy 8 is it activates your subconscious to participate in the creative process. So really trust that. Just pick something. If you're not sure yet, just pick something and just go for it. Let's just create a solution. Sorry?
Something around concept?
One idea, one solution. So you have a challenge. Maybe there's one solution or one process or one product that could solve it. And we need you to draw it out, like to try and explain it. For example, it can be like a UI.
happens if they have many
Let's take 3 more minutes. And then every group is going to pick one solution.
What did you think I was like one of the first rules I learned about this? Yeah. Never give the team direction. Oh yeah. Never hear the second one. So this one's you say like, we're gonna do these 2 things and people are like, what? It's easy, but
yeah, just keep it on the same. One and a half minute of sketching remains. Last minute. Come on, get your drawings ready. The good thing is there's high engagement. All right, everyone. Let's do a quick pause here. So we are nearing the end of the workshop, and the idea is that you still have some time. You have 8 minutes in total to prepare your solution and your explanation to other tables. So in short, in 8 minutes, I'm going to ask each of the tables to share your biggest takeaway, or like the TLDR, or maybe anything that you're struggling with. Just try and give some kind of abstract of the value that you've been creating and try to share it with another table. I'll give you 8 minutes to prepare that, and then we still have some time to cross-pollinate between the tables. Good luck.
Is that okay? Like, and they're pitching to each other right now.
To each other, that's fine.
Yeah. But like, are you gonna go around and everybody's gonna say their thing?
No.
Oh.
It's just.
Okay.
It's just a way to get them to prepare like a little.
Yeah, I might. Yeah, I might have.
So you're going to. Yeah, and they will pitch to you. Yeah.
Where's your mom or your dad Turkish?
My dad is Turkish. Yeah.
Where's he from?
He's from a village.
Okay.
In Ankara. They're close by. Yeah. I never learned it when I was a kid. That's why I wanted to live there for like almost a year. Prepare some kind of
exactly some artifact.
Yeah. Yes.
Quick divert.
one idea that's like really fully formed. So
Yeah?
I'm just like, okay, well, think of how you would explain it. Like,
And the idea is each table presents to one other table. That's
perfect.
Yeah.
We don't need the presentation. How many minutes are they?
Like 3 minutes or so.
I told them 2, so.
Perfect. Patricia. So to clarify, you're going to share what you have with that table, and it can be anything. It can be an idea or maybe just some main takeaways.
Yeah. All right. Sounds good.
Yeah.
So this was our Amsterdam swag. It was random. We had no idea that one of our designers showed up with a suitcase full of random shirts that were tie-dye ones. This was also part of that. And this is my favorite shirt ever. It's just like random, but it's sick. Yeah. I'm curious. I'll see how the rest of our swag turns out. I haven't seen all of it yet.
No, it was like that already. 1 minute remaining. Get ready to pitch to one more table.
That's interesting. That's interesting.
All right, everyone. Let's take a moment here. Let's take a moment here. Please assign one person on your table that's going to do the talking. And the idea is, if it's correct, each table has been assigned another table that they're going to talk to, and you're just going to explain what you came up with. It can be a TLDR of your idea. It can be the main takeaway. It can also be, if you've been struggling, just share like the main challenges that you ran into. Assign one person, and then we're going to take time to explain it to the other table. Let's go.
Yeah. Do you want a little mic to the other persons? Or
No, it's fine.
with this? Okay. Yeah.
Okay, let's get started. Cross-pollinate. Let's go to the other table. Please, no more people, please. If you haven't switched yet, it's time to switch. Let's take the final minutes for the last group. Did you capture the ideas as well, or like the Yeah.
With this table, I pitched to them. I think they got it. What now?
Okay. Yeah. Pitch to them as well. Hey man.
So somebody.
Oh shit! Good to see you.
Likewise. So someone from this table, this table, and also
Then it's all good.
Then it's done.
Then it's all good.
And
then
did I understand it
you
right
just
that
need
this
to make the
table
call.
will have to pitch our
Sorry?
idea? Will they have to pitch? What
No,
I
it's
just
fine.
explained?
Like
No,
if one table has pitched to one of the tables and basically try to make it concise, then we're there.
Then that's it.
Then that's pretty much it. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that's good. So yeah, they will kick us out. We'll just stretch it until. Just stretch it. Yeah, yeah. So let's say 5 more minutes. We'll wrap it. Yeah. 5 more minutes. We have 5 more minutes, and then we're at the end of the workshop. Lovely people, we're going to be kicked out in 1 minute, so I'd like to ask you to wrap up. Make sure you hand your final drawing to the challenge owner so they can make a picture of it. And most importantly, don't forget to mint your POAP by scanning the QR code. Dear friends, we're gonna be kicked out. Thank you very much for your energy, for your participation. Round of applause. You've been fantastic. I hope we're gonna find some gems in the output. We'll figure it out over the next few hours. Thanks a lot. Don't forget your POAP and have a great conference. Can we get the slides back up for the QR code? Sorry. Just a few more seconds. Yeah, that's it. Get your code before it's gone.